All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hisni Gucati and Gucati&Haradinaj.
Thank you. I ask the parties to introduce themselves, starting with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to everyone. Appearing today are Valeria Bolici, Prosecutor, Matt Halling, Associate Prosecutor, Lena Peterson, Case and Evidence Manager, and I'm James Potch, Associate Prosecutor.
Turn to the defense. Mr. Rees.
Your Honour, my name is Jonathan Rees, Queen's Counsel. I represent Mr. Hisni Gucati. I'm assisted today by co-counsel Mr. Hugh Bowden and Miss Eleanor Stevenson, also assisted by Miss Faye Wigmore, Mr. Joseph Bowden, and Mr. Remy Halilai.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Mr. Cadman.
Good morning, Your Honours. Toby Cadman for Mr. Gucati&Haradinaj, assisted by Mr. Carl Buckley, Mr. Jonathan Warboys, behind me Miss Poppy Henderson, Miss Chelsea Cook, and Admit Berisha.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman. I also note that Mr. Gucati and Mr. Haradinaj are present in the courtroom. Today we continue the testimony of Mr. Jukic. Madam Usher, could you please bring the witness in? Good morning, Mr. Jukic. You can be seated. Just for the record, last week the prosecution finished its direct examination of the witness, and today the defense will start its cross-examination. Mr. Rees, Mr. Cadman, having had some additional time to prepare your cross-examination, what is your current estimate of how long you will be with this witness? Mr. Rees?
I believe I will be this morning with Mr. Jukic. I think I will go up to lunchtime, but hope to finish relatively early in the third and final session of the day.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman?
Your Honour, I certainly don't expect to go past the end of the day. Obviously, a lot will depend upon how far Mr. Rees gets. I certainly don't intend to go over any of the same ground. And as we had indicated, we would endeavour to finish today.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, do I understand correctly from your filing that the next witness is ready to start his testimony as soon as the current one is completed?
Yes, Your Honor, we were thinking that would be tomorrow morning, but if it becomes evident that there is a need to start today, we can also make that happen.
Thank you. Okay, let's continue with Mr. Jukic. Mr. Rees, the floor is yours for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Jukic, a quick recap then of some general matters that you told us about last week. You became a witness security officer with the SPO in September 2019, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And remained in that post until April 2021, when you became witness security and handling team leader.
Yes, that's correct.
Until mid-October 2020, there was a different witness security and handling team leader, is that right?
He was until 31st of December 1920.
And why did he leave his post?
He left his post because of the Brexit, and he's a British citizen.
So he left not only his post, but he also left employment with the SPO, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And just explain a bit more, if you can. What was the relevance of Brexit to that departure?
Because citizens of UK need to leave organization in that 1st of January 2021.
Do you have no British employees at the SPO?
Your Honor, I just questioned the relevance of that matter.
I want to explore in the first instance, I won't be very long, but in the first instance, the credibility of the answer that Brexit was the cause for the departure of the former witness security and handling team leader.
I'll overrule the objection at this time, but this is almost irrelevant, so go ahead.
By my knowledge, there is only one left in the office.
And so he escaped the clutches of Brexit, did he?
No.
Your Honor, is that even a question?
Sustained?
Put it in a different way, how did that member of the SPO staff escape the clutches of Brexit? And Mr. Well, is there an objection to me using the name of the former employee?
No objection since it's a former employee, but I do have an objection to this question once it's finished.
He was active till 31st of December, but because he had a lot of leave days, he used some of them.
And then on your account, some 3 months at least, the position of witness security and handling team leader was a vacant post. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You've never worked as an investigator with the SPO, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your remit does not extend into involvement in investigations, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your current responsibilities, though, do include working as an advisor to the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. In all witness security and witness protection related matters.
When did you start advising the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor directly in that fashion?
I was appointed as acting head acting team leader 1st of January 2021.
So before that date, are you saying you had no direct advisory role with the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor?
Yes, that's correct.
Since that time, have you worked closely with the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor?
Yes, I do.
How regularly do you meet with him?
Almost every day.
And that has been the case, has it, since the 1st of January?
Yes, that's correct.
Before the 1st of January, had you met professionally with the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor?
Yes, I did.
How often?
When I was in the office, almost every day.
And what about on or before the 7th of September 2020? Had you met the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor professionally by then?
Yes, I did.
Were you meeting with him on a daily basis at that stage?
No, I didn't.
Did you meet with him during the course of September 2020?
No, I didn't.
Direct contact with witnesses presumably is not unusual for a witness security officer.
Excuse me, is that the question?
That's a question. Sorry, I'll make it plain. Do you agree that direct contact with witnesses is not unusual for a witness security officer?
Witness security officer, direct contact with the witnesses is their job.
Part of their role, presumably, is to keep contact with them. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Is a witness security officer given responsibility for a set number of witnesses?
Yes, they are responsible for the number of the witnesses.
So they are given an identified group or team of witnesses to remain in contact with and be responsible for. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it is routine to provide the witness with a SPO telephone number, you told us last week, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
That is not a special number for security-related matters, but it is a number that they can use to contact the SPO for all SPO-related matters, you said.
Yes, that's correct.
You told us that contact with a witness is then documented in an official note after every phone call?
Yes, that's correct.
And you specifically told us that you record all your official notes immediately after the meeting or after the phone call. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
You explained to us, perhaps non-controversially, that it is very important to keep an accurate record, a track is the word you used, of all contacts with witnesses, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
In September 2020, were you in Kosovo at any point during that month?
Yes, I was there.
Can you tell us the dates that you were in Kosovo?
Your Honor, I question the relevance of this specificity before we get into details, knowing that the witness works on different matters.
I'm sorry. Overruled. You can answer.
I don't know exact dates, but it was the first half of the September.
So, were you in Kosovo in the days immediately leading up to and including the first press conference on the 7th of September 2020?
Yes, I was in Kosovo that date.
And in the days leading up to and including the second press conference of the 16th of September?
No, I wasn't in Kosovo that date.
What about the days leading up to, or the day of, the third press conference on the 22nd of September?
No, I wasn't in Kosovo that date.
Can you help us with other SPO personnel in Kosovo during that month?
Your Honor, I'm not sure, again, the relevance of this question. If the witness is being asked about who was there, we would need to know why before we get into such specificities, which may also have security implications. And if names are being requested, then we would definitely need to go into private session.
I think in order to assist, I will have to suggest some names in the first instance, so perhaps in light of the trial panel's previous ruling, we ought to go into private session.
All right, your objection is overruled, but we will go into private session.
Your Honours, we're now in public session.
All right, we are back in public session. You may continue, Mr. Rees.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Jukic, you provided a declaration to the SPO dated the 27th of October 2020. And that document you submitted to the system on that date. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Well, if we look at the document, it's ERN 084008 to 084010. We will see, and we can deal with this in short order. There's only one date on that document, and it's the date at the end of the document, the 27th of October. Okay?
Yes, that's correct.
So it would follow, would it not, in the absence of a later date, that you submitted it to the system on that date?
I signed declaration on that date. I don't remember when I submit to our system.
So when you submit a document to Xylab, it doesn't automatically impose a date on the document.
I'm not expert in that field. I can't say this.
Well, you have helped us last week with some of the dates on documents. So as far as you can you confirm that submitting a document to Xylab does not lead to the imposition of a date automatically by Xylab confirming when it was submitted?
Your Honor, this is asked and answered. The witness said, I can't say this in relation to a similar, if not identical, question.
You can answer the question. The objection is overruled.
With official note is different. I need to print official note, and I put date when I print it out, and then after that, I together with the front page of Xylab, I bring to our office for submission.
So why is the submission of an official note different to the submission of a declaration?
Because for the official note, we have template.
Right, and what does the template have? A box for the date that the document was made and a different space for a date when it's submitted to Xylab?
We are working in Kosovo. When I'm in Kosovo, I prepare all the notes, but I submit them when I'm back in the office. And that's what all the other officers are doing.
Yeah, but you were in the office on the 27th of October because we can see the document says that it was created at The Hague in the Netherlands. Can you see that?
I was in the office that date.
Right, thank you. So it follows you dated that the 27th of October. You were in the office, and presumably you submitted it to the system on that date, did you not?
I think yes.
Yeah. And then you provided a declaration, a second one, dated the 27th of January 2021. That's ERN 090142 to 090143. And again, if we can look at that quickly, and in particular the final page. And we can see that this declaration, you can see the date there, the 27th of January 2021. Again, it's the only date on the document, and presumably that's the date you submitted it to Xylab.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And again, we can see the document shows you were in The Hague on that date, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Let me go then, please, to private session in accordance with the trial panel's previous ruling.
Madam Court Officer, into private session, please.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
All right, Mr. Rees, we are back in public session.
Thank you. As we have just dealt with in part, it is right, isn't it, that some witnesses, in your experience, will disclose to the public voluntarily that he or she is a witness?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're perfectly entitled to, and some do, reject any assistance from yourselves, yes?
That's correct too.
There is presumably a number of different ways that you might still assist a witness who has made public voluntarily that he or she is a witness. For example, you might still help them with travel arrangements, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
You may assist them with accommodation if that's needed.
If I may ask to make clear, are you asking about the witnesses who are coming to The Hague to give the statement to SPO?
That's an example when you might assist a witness with accommodation, is it not? If they have to travel away from their usual place of residence, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you may still assist them with, for example, expenses.
Your Honour, that's a very general question, and as the witness asked for some clarity before, if there is a specific issue that defence seeks clarification about, that should be put to the witness. Assistance with expenses is a very broad concept.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you know.
Yes, we assist with all expenses.
And where a witness has made public voluntarily that he or she is a witness, you may still, I suppose, assist them with physical protection if they are subsequently actually subjected to a threat, yes?
We assist them if there is threat.
Yeah. But what you can't do, once a witness has made public voluntarily that he or she is a witness, is in some way reverse that knowledge, can you? You can't protect their confidentiality as a witness once they've made it public that they are, can you?
Your Honour, that's a very argumentative question. In fact, I'm not sure it's a question rather than a statement.
Microphone, please.
Now, there was a decision made to call persons named in what has been labelled by Miss Pumper as batch 1, 2 or 3, and I'm going to use that shorthand, if I may. There was a decision to call persons named in batches 1, 2 and 3 only after the third press conference that took place on the 22nd of September 2020. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
There was no specific action taken by the witness security and handling team after the press conference on the 7th of September 2020?
No, it wasn't.
And there was no specific action taken by the witness and security handling team after the 16th of September 2020?
Your Honour, in relation to these questions about specific action, can they be a bit more specific? Specific action could be many things on many matters.
Sustained. Please be specific what you mean by this, by these words.
Was any action that arose only out of the press conference on the 16th of September 2020 taken by the witness security and handling team?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you. So, what had taken place on the 7th and 16th of October was not a high priority for the office until the 22nd of September 2020 press conference. Do you agree with that?
Your Honor, that's again argumentative. The question can be put in a non-argumentative way.
Sustained?
Well, you referred to the 24th of September plan in your evidence as a high priority for the office. Okay? So I'm asking you whether the office considered what had taken place on the 7th and the 16th of September. I'm asking you to confirm that that was not a high priority for the witness security and team handling unit. Is that right?
It was high priority for the office, but not for the witness security team.
Right. Well, I'm grateful for that clarification. So you may not be able to assist, but what knowledge do you have that leads you to the assertion that it was high priority for the office when you acknowledge it wasn't high priority for the witness security team?
Witness security team continue with their daily and regular activities.
Yeah.
And the office was focused on the documents and the publishing of the documents in media.
Well, let me ask you to give us some examples then that you are aware of that leads you to that, to make that assertion. So, was there an SPO office-wide meeting called after the 7th of September press conference, for example?
Please, if you can be more specific and tell me more.
I'll try and be more specific. I'm asking you, did the specialist prosecutor or the deputy specialist prosecutor call a meeting of everybody in the SPO to discuss the 7th of September 2020 press conference? Yes or no?
I don't have knowledge about that.
Right. So was there an office-wide meeting called by the specialist prosecutor or the deputy specialist prosecutor after the 16th of September conference to discuss what had happened on the 7th and the 16th? Yes or no?
In that time, I wasn't in the office, so I really can't answer.
Okay, so what is it then, in your knowledge, that leads you to assert that it was a high priority for the office when you concede that it was not a priority for the witness security and handling team?
In that time, I was witness security officer, and I got orders from the witness security and team leader.
Right. So is it the case then that you don't know to what extent it was a priority for other teams within the SPO? All you can say is that as far as the witness security and handling team was concerned, the 7th and 16th of September press conferences did not create a high priority.
I don't know that. I can't answer.
Right. So all you can answer is in relation to your experience with the witness security and handling team. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Well, let's concentrate on that. And as far as that team is concerned, the 7th and 16th of September did not create a high priority as you've conceded, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. You also said in your evidence last week that there were a lot of discussions about notes. I think you meant witness contact notes. But those discussions didn't take place after the 7th of September 2020, did they?
Can you repeat date, please?
So, let me try and be specific. Your evidence was that from the 24th of September, there was a plan put in place for the SPO to contact named persons, okay? So I'm asking you about the days before
Wait,
that.
he has to answer. He just nodded his head. Is the answer yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm asking you about the period before the formulation of that 24th of September plan. Okay, Mr. Jukic?
Mr. You have to speak loud enough so that we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize, Your Honor.
And I just would like you to clarify an answer you gave last week which was in general terms, but I wonder whether, in fact, it ought to be more specific, and I'm going to ask you to help us with that. So you gave an answer saying there were a lot of discussions about witness contact notes, okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you to confirm or reject the suggestion from me that when you talked about there had been a lot of discussions about witness contact notes, that must have been at the time of or after the formulation of the 24th of September plan. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. So there wasn't a lot of discussion about witness contact notes in the days after the 7th of September press conference. Is that right?
That's correct.
Or indeed after the 16th of September press conference. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
And as you said, no specific action taken in relation to those events by your team. You did say that as a matter of course, the witness security team has routine telephone meetings with each other. Yes?
Yes, that's correct in that time.
Has that practice changed?
We tried to, because in that time we weren't in the office.
I see, right. So the practice has changed, but only in the sense that you try and have more face-to-face meetings now, do you? Is that right?
That was before as well, before lockdown.
I see. So before the COVID pandemic struck, more face-to-face meetings. Then during the pandemic and the more heightened restrictions, less opportunities, so you tried to keep that contact up via telephone or presumably via, did you use Zoom, that sort of thing as well?
We use Teams.
Teams. But then as restrictions have eased, you've tried to move back to more face-to-face meetings.
Yes, that's correct.
But whatever the format, it has always been, in your experience, part of your job for the witness security team to have regular routine meetings, either through telephone or Teams or face-to-face.
Yes, that's correct.
Would those telephone, would those meetings, whether face-to-face, telephone, or by Teams, would they be minuted? Would somebody keep a written record and minute those, or not?
No, they haven't minuted.
So they're just informal discussions without any records being kept of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Would the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor join those meetings or not?
No, he didn't.
Or indeed the Specialist Prosecutor?
No.
What about other prosecutors and associate prosecutors? Would they join those meetings on a routine basis or not?
No.
The interpreters kindly note that there should be a pause between question and answer so that we have enough time to interpret everything that is said in the courtroom. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, thank you.
Thank you.
Meetings then between the witness security team leader and the deputy specialist prosecutor, they wouldn't be, the entire witness security team would not be involved in those meetings then, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So would they simply be the witness security and handling team leader and the deputy specialist prosecutor, or might there be more persons present?
There is usually more persons present.
And those other persons, who would they be?
Head of investigations, head of operational and witness security unit, and specialist prosecutor.
And again, is there a routine, are those meetings routinely organised so that the different heads of teams can, in effect, feed in information to each other?
These meetings is organized once per week.
Once a week. So again, but they're routine, they're standard, they happen under any circumstances.
Yes, that's correct.
And are those meetings minuted? Are records kept and then a minute produced of the meeting?
No,
Right. So they're done on an informal basis as well, is that right?
they are yes, informal operational meetings.
Yeah. Turning then to the 22nd of September and the days immediately after that, you said that we identified all the names, went through the list, and decided to call them and inform them about the leak, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And can I clarify that answer? When you say that the names, that you went through the list, identified names, you were concentrating, were you, on the names in the document that Miss Pumper is labelled as batch 3?
I'm not aware which documents are in batch 3. You,
I
Ms.
see.
Pamper,
So that's not a label that you're aware of. Okay. Let me put it in a different way. Miss Pumper told us about a document that's been described as an internal work product. Does that mean something to you?
yes, it means something.
Okay. So when you talked about going through the list and identifying the names, you were concentrating there, were you, on identifying the names in that internal work product?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And when you said we identified the names, can I ask you to be more specific about that? Who did that task?
We is Specialist Prosecutor Office.
Right. So, were you provided with a copy of the internal work product? And did you go through the document itself or not?
No, I didn't.
Did anyone in the witness security and handling team do that exercise?
Yes,
Who was that?
it was a witness security and handling team leader.
again, please say if this is outside the scope of your knowledge and you don't know. But are you aware that no identical document to the document recovered from the KLAWVA, labelled using the shorthand internal work product, was found within the SPO formal systems? Are you aware of that or not?
Your Honor, the witness has said he's never seen this document. I don't think that's an appropriate question for this witness because there's no basis for it with him.
I'm sorry, overruled. You can answer the question.
I don't have knowledge about that.
You don't know either way. So, and this probably follows, but and confirm if you don't know about it, or if you do have some information, please help us. But are you aware that the closest match to the document recovered from the KLA War Veterans Headquarters was apparently discovered by the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor himself? Do you know anything about that?
I don't have knowledge about that.
Right. So, no, you can't help us, no information as to where it was located, whether it was on a personal computer or a USB stick or on a phone or anything like that?
Excuse me, Mr. Rees, he's already said he doesn't know.
And Your Honor, sorry, just one more point. Can we just make sure that the assertions being put are based on something actually said? I'm not aware that there is any evidence to indicate the Deputy Specialist Prosecutor himself identified the document at issue. So if we're going to make assertions and put them to a witness, they should be accurate.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Rees.
Well, you're on the trial panel, of course, have heard the evidence. Okay, so no information there. It's very candid of you. Thank you for making that clear. Let me move on then to the concept of a cooperative witness, as you referred to them. again, in your experience as a witness security officer, you presumably are aware that there was a period of time when, somewhat controversially, the SPO was sending out summonses to individuals to invite them to an interview as a suspected witness. Are you aware of that?
Your Honor, the editorializing is not appropriate. There is either a question to be put or a comment to be made, but not both.
I'll shorten the question.
I'm sorry, for the record, make that in the question form.
Yes. Are you aware that for a period of time, the SPO were sending summonses to individuals, inviting them for an interview as a suspected witness? Are you aware of that?
As I mentioned before, I wasn't involved in investigations, and I don't know who was summoned as a witness, who was summoned as a suspect.
Okay, but let's leave aside identity of persons for the moment. Can you just confirm whether or not you're aware that for a period of time, a significant period of time, the SPO were summoning individuals to attend for interviews as a suspected witness?
Your Honor, the witness did not refer to identity himself. He answered, as asked in the general, that he was not aware who was summoned as a witness and who was summoned as a suspect. I don't think this could lead anywhere based on the already provided answers.
Sustained. You've asked him the question. He's answered it that he doesn't know.
The basis for asking these questions is that in his evidence in chief, as part of the exercise of identifying who was to be contacted, he referred to the qualifying criteria of every witness who was summoned by SPO and gave statement. So he was using the process of summonsing to explain the scope of that exercise of identifying and contacting persons. So I'd like to explore with him a little bit further, not much further. It would help if you just answered the question I've asked twice now. His understanding of persons being summoned for the purpose of identifying that list to be contacted.
Your Honor, that comment is unfair to the witness. He has answered the questions put to him. If the answer that the witness gave is not the favourite answer of the counsel, that doesn't mean that there should be a comment about the manner in which he answered.
I'm going to sustain his objection as to the question as it was asked. You can answer it, shorten it up, make the question about what he has knowledge about.
Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. You can't make it better.
No, and I hope a number of times now I've impressed upon Mr. Jukic that if the answer to my question is he doesn't know, he should say that. He must say that. That's what I want.
And he did.
Obviously. Well, I don't think he has yet answered the question. I will try and shorten it as much as I can. Are you aware, Mr. Jukic, that the SPO has summoned individuals for interviews on the basis that they are suspected witnesses?
Yes, I'm aware.
Right, thank you. So when you were explaining that the persons contacted were those who had been summoned by the SPO, did you include persons who've been summoned as suspected witnesses?
Can you just repeat the question?
Okay. So let me just recap. And you have explained that that included person summoned as a witness, but it didn't include somebody summoned as a suspect. You excluded them from the exercise. So I'm asking you, did you include or exclude persons summoned as a suspected witness?
Your Honor, the term suspected witness is not one that the SPO is familiar with, and could that be explained before the question is answered, please?
Please do.
Well, in the first instance, Mr. Jukic has given evidence that he's aware that the SPO had summoned individuals for interviews as a suspected witness. Well, that is an interesting challenge that Your Honour has put into me. It was an issue raised because there were, and I'm conscious counsel is not to give evidence, but there were a number of summonses that were sent out inviting people for interviews as suspected witnesses. The concept of a suspected witness was challenged.
Excuse me, he said he was aware of that.
Indeed, Mr. Pache apparently is not.
So ask your next question.
Thank you. So, please set aside Mr. Pache's intervention there and try and remember the question I asked you. Did you include or exclude in your list of persons to contact individuals who had been summoned for interview as a suspected witness?
We include them if they gave the statement.
Right, thank you. You said that exercise, the 24th of September plan, if I can call it that, was conducted mainly by telephone, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said in your evidence last week that you obtained the witnesses' telephone numbers from public sources in Kosovo, as well as your own records.
Yes, that's correct.
Which public sources in Kosovo did you use to obtain telephone numbers?
Internet and that Vala records.
So help us with the internet then. What public source on the internet did you use to obtain telephone numbers for persons you're saying had been summoned by the SPO as either a witness or suspected witness and had given a statement?
Before we summons them, we just check on the internet if there is any record about phone numbers over there.
Yeah, but we're not talking about before summonsing. We're talking about for the 24th of September plan, yes? And you're saying, you said last week, that you obtained telephone numbers for persons to be called from public sources in Kosovo, as well as from your own records. So can you help us with which public sources you used to obtain telephone numbers to carry out the 24th of September exercise?
Asked and answered, Your Honour.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I can help you.
Thank you.
Maybe I wasn't clear in that answer, but I was referred to the collecting phone numbers before interview or during or after interview, because we already had all the phone numbers people we called.
Well, the question and answer last week was specific in relation to the 24th of September plan, was it not? We got the transcript at page 1695 and specifically at line 12 onwards. So if we can bring that up, perhaps you can see it in front of you, Mr. Jukic. So just to put it in context, if we look back, please, Madam Court Officer, page 1694, and we can see there at line 4 on that page, you begin talking about, you referred to the 22nd of December, but it was a slip of the tongue, and you meant 22nd of September onwards, yes? And just for record, you've nodded there, Mr. Jukic, so we'll proceed on the basis that's the 22nd of September onwards. And then over the page 1695, after you had discussed how the list of persons to contact was created and what the criteria were, at line 12, Mr. Pache asked you, in relation to the telephone contacts that the office made to these persons, could you tell us how you obtained the relevant telephone numbers? Your answer was, so we got relevant phone numbers from public sources in Kosovo, and also from the witnesses during their interview. They provide us with phone numbers. Just pause there. You were talking, were you not, about obtaining telephone numbers to contact witnesses as part of the 24th of September plan, were you not?
As I previously answered, we got phone numbers before interview or during the interview directly from the witnesses. So we have our database of the phone numbers, and that's how we start to call on the 22nd of September.
Does that database set out the source for the telephone number? So does it identify whether the telephone number was obtained during an interview or whether obtained from a public source?
No, it's not written in database, but it's usually written in official notes or interview notes.
In your experience, have you come across individuals providing you with a contact telephone number that subsequently you find out does not work?
I don't remember that situation.
Do you, in your experience, come across individuals who provide the SPO with a telephone number that works but no one answers the phone when you ring?
Yes.
In your experience, some individuals lose interest in cooperation with investigators?
Yes, that's correct.
Others, in your experience, may have other motivations for not remaining in contact with investigators?
Yes, that's correct.
And perhaps we can all think of potential reasons why. I don't need to explore those further with you, Mr. Jukic. But trying to focus on some motivations, one obvious one might be that, for example, an individual is given an account which they know will not stand scrutiny in a courtroom. In your experience?
Your Honor, this is hypothetical and irrelevant. I'm not sure how the witness can assist in this or how the proceedings can be assisted with this line of questioning.
Well, as I say, perhaps we can all think of obvious potential motivations for an individual losing interest.
Mr. Rees, just a moment. For the record, my microphone was off. The objection was sustained.
Your Honor.
And it's time for our morning break. You can escort the witness out, Madam Usher. So we will reconvene at 11:30. We are adjourned.
All right. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring in the witness. You can be seated, Mr. Jukic. And Mr. Rees, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honour. Okay, Mr. Jukic.
Yes.
So just before the break, we'd be discussing some of your professional experience, and you had said that you had come across individuals who had provided telephone numbers for contact, which when you had subsequently rung them, the witness or the individual had not answered, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And presumably, in circumstances where that happens, you try to find out other ways of contacting the individual?
Yes, that's correct.
So, for example, if the telephone number provided at an interview was not sufficient for you to maintain contact with the witness, you might look at a public source to see if you can get an alternative number for the individual, yes?
Yes, that's correct too.
And is that what you were referring to when you said that you would obtain telephone numbers from both the SPO's own records but also public sources?
I said that we usually try to obtain telephone numbers in public sources before we summons them.
Yeah, but I'm asking you whether when you were conducting the 24th of September exercise, were there examples where attempts to contact the witness on the number previously provided were unsuccessful, so you had to look at public sources to get alternative contact details?
No, we didn't look in that exercise for the public sources.
You'd also told us in your experience you'd come across some individuals losing interest in maintaining contact with investigators. Is it right that you've also come across individuals in your professional experience that seek financial assistance from investigators?
There are some people who were asking for the financial assistance.
Have you come across, in your experience, individuals, for example, asking for relocation as a means of improving their accommodation and their lifestyle?
That's not correct.
Have you come across individuals who have asked for relocation and you've considered their credibility, considered whether they are using that request as a means of improving their accommodation and lifestyle?
That's not correct.
In your experience, is relocation a potential tool to ensure that investigators know the whereabouts of an individual you do not want to lose track of?
No, that's not correct.
You said that you were personally involved in around 30 calls and met maybe 10 people related to the events in September 2020. Do you remember giving that evidence last week?
That's correct. I remember.
In disclosure of witness contact notes that the SPO say are relevant to this case, there were only 11 that you made. Yes?
Your Honor, the witness is not part of the prosecuting team or disclosure office in this case, so if something wants to be explored on this lines, it should be within his knowledge.
Well, let me put it a different way then. You made only 11 witness contact notes relating to this case, yes?
I don't remember.
And you feature in 2 further notes only, yes?
As I said, I don't remember how many notes I made.
Well, there's 2 explanations, isn't there? One is that because you say, a contact note after every contact, that there should be lots more contact notes that you made because you said person involved in around 30 calls and maybe met 10 people than we have. Or we have 11 witness contact notes because, in fact, the number of calls and meetings you had relating to this incident were less than you had estimated last week. And it was an estimation only.
As I remember, there are 2 official notes with multiple witnesses. In one, I think, for 12 or 14 witnesses about contact with the witnesses.
So that's a fair point. We'll look at your contact notes shortly in a moment. Okay? Let me put it this way. So what we have in the 11 witness contact notes made by you and the 2 further notes in which you in which you feature, that accurately records the number of calls and meetings you had relating to the events of September 2020 with witnesses. Yes?
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Constable, please?
We'll look at the content of your witness contact notes, but you can confirm that the accurate level of your contact with witnesses relating to September 2020 events is reflected in your 11 witness contact notes and the other 2 that you feature in.
Your Honor, perhaps before this question is put, it should be established whether the witness has any knowledge of what has and has not been disclosed in this case.
Sustained.
Well, you've seen the 11 witness contact notes that you made because Mr. Pache took you through them in your evidence, yes?
Yes, I saw that.
Thank you. So can you confirm that those witness contact notes that you made and the other 2 that Mr. Pache showed you in which you feature, they accurately record the level of contact you had with witnesses to do with the events of September 2020?
Your Honor, we still don't know if the witness has a basis of knowledge in relation to what has and has not been disclosed.
He can answer the question.
There was more notes, for sure.
And, right, where are they?
Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair question to the witness.
You need to ask him if he knows.
Do you know where they are?
They are in Zylab.
Do you know how many more relevant witness contact notes there are that we haven't been told about?
Your Honor, can the term relevant in this context be explained to the witness if he is to answer this question, please?
You can answer.
I don't know.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between when making comments. You are often overlapping. It's very difficult to follow. Thank you very much.
My wrist has been again slapped.
All. That
goes for all of us. Or is it the case that the 11 contact notes you made and the 2 others that you feature, that Mr. Pache took you in direct examination through, accurately record the level of your contact with witnesses relating to the events of September 20, and whether deliberately or by accident you exaggerated, overestimated the number of calls and meetings you were involved in when you were asked before being taken through your records the level of contact, and you said personally involved in around 30 calls and met maybe 10 people.
As I previously said, it was around 30 calls, and I met around, I don't know exactly, but maximum 10 people.
All right, so you don't know exactly. And the records that we have, we will go through shortly. You also said that you were all the time involved in this exercise. Do you remember saying that?
If you can define all the time?
Well, I'm just quoting your words.
Your Honor, perhaps the question can be read out as well as the answer for context, since the witness asked for clarification.
Sustained.
The question was, do you remember saying you were involved in this exercise all the time? That was the question.
Your Honor, I'm clearly referring to the transcript reference,
okay.
not counsel's question.
Let's look at the
Let's
transcript.
pull up
then.
the transcript so we can have it exactly read to him.
Your Honor, page 1701. Lines 15 to 19. Thank you. Can I interject and place a short request to Madam Court Officer?
Yes.
So, Mr. Jukic, can you see at the top of that page, at line 4, Mr. Pache is just explaining that he was dealing with the September exercise. He means the 24th of September plan, yes?
Yep.
And can you look at line 13? He asks you, how would you describe this exercise in terms of intensity or time consumption? Your answer was, it was actually I was all the time involved in this exercise. So do you remember now saying that?
Yes, I do.
You also said, didn't you, that the telephone calls were approximately 15 minutes each? Yes?
Yes, I remember that.
So, even in your higher estimate, beyond that which we see in the witness contact notes, of around 30 calls, at 15 minutes each, we're talking about a maximum of 1 working day in telephone calls. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Well, 13 calls times 15 minutes. What does that work out as in terms of hours?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if this is a question if the counsel actually expects the witness to do mathematics on the stand, or if there's a question, it should be put as a question.
Working day, 9 hours, do you agree?
12 hours.
12 hours. All right, so 30 calls times 50 minutes is less than one of your working days then. Do you agree?
I disagree.
You're saying that those 30 calls, approximately, around 10 meetings, they took all your time. Over what period, do you say?
3 days.
Right. You also said that around 200 calls in total were made by all SPO staff as part of the 24th of September plan. Can we look, please, at transcript page 1698, lines 17 onwards. So can you see there the question asked? Could you give us a rough idea, if you know, of how many calls were made by all SPO staff as part of this specific exercise? You said we did around 200 phone calls. And we document them in official notes after the phone calls. Can you see that, line 23 also, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And can I just clarify one thing then? At a later stage, if we look at page 1698, sorry, 1761, and if we look at line 16, and there's no criticism here, these things happen, but can you see that at line 16 you were reminded, with the caveat, if I'm not mistaken, that you had said in the morning that you'd contacted around 200 witnesses, that's you and your colleagues, but as we've just seen, in fact, you hadn't said that. You'd said around 200 phone calls were made. Is that right? Can you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. And I can see that you adopted the answer, yeah, approximately 200, but obviously we've just seen that, in fact, your evidence had been 200 calls made, not 200 witnesses. And you said you were not involved in the planning of the 24th of September operation, just the making of telephone calls. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, obviously you've been called by the SPO to help us with operational consequences in your role as not just the witness security officer leading up to January, but also as the acting team leader from January 21 onwards, and indeed the formal team leader from April onwards. And no doubt you've looked at the records, witness contact notes, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've reviewed them, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you weren't giving us a precise analysis in your evidence last week. You were giving us a general idea as to what those, the consequences demonstrated by the witness contact notes, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Well, I'm going to try and help you further, okay? And I'm going to go through some analysis of the witness contact notes, and I'm going to ask you whether you agree or disagree. And again, don't take it from me if you don't agree. Say you disagree. If you do, say you agree. If you don't know, just say you don't know, okay?
Don't worry, I will do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jukic. Right, so we've been provided with a total of 114 witness contact notes. Nine telephone calls or messages or meetings that occur in those witness contact notes. Would you agree with that number, 139, as a more specific indication of the number of telephone calls, messages or meetings?
I really don't know that answer.
Okay. And again, acknowledging that because the notes have been anonymised, two contact notes might refer to contact with two different witnesses, or they could refer to two contacts with the same one witness. You accept that?
Yes, it's possible.
The maximum number of persons to which the SPO could attribute the name witness, an individual spoken to by an SPO officer or receiving a message from or meeting with. The maximum number is 113.
Your Honor, is counsel
Would you
giving
accept that?
evidence, or it's unclear what question this is, and if counsel is asking the witness for his determination of what the term means, that's not appropriate
Just
with this
finish it
witness.
with a question.
Well, again, and no criticism of Mr. Pachi, this happens to all of us, but he did in fact rise to his feet and spoke over me as I was asking the question.
Understood. Go ahead. Finish your question.
Do you accept that the records show a maximum number of individuals contacted as 113?
I don't know that
Okay.
information.
And there were 4 additional contacts with somebody identified as a son of blank. So not a contact note recording contact with a person who could be described as a witness, but with a relative, a son of that person. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
And they're anonymized, so we don't know whether it was the same son of the same individual or different sons, at least 2 of the same individual, or a different son of individual A and a different son of individual B. Do you remember of those 4 contact notes recording contact with a son, whether it was the same person or different people?
I remember that note, and it was the same son.
Okay. So again, that number 4 actually now you've clarified it, is one, isn't it? Which is a good example of how when they're anonymised, you can get the wrong picture. It can look like more contacts than actually in reality there were, yes? Maybe that's a comment, and I'll move on. So let's look at the period at which these contacts are recorded. So dealing with, firstly, the period beginning with the 7th of September, so the first press conference date, and up to and including the 23rd, so the day after the 3rd. The witness contact notes appear to record only 13 telephone calls or meetings or messages. Would you agree that that number is a more accurate indicator of the precise number of relevant contacts?
I don't know that information.
And those 13 contacts, not 13 all from an individual to the SPO, but a mixture of individual to SPO, SPO back to individual. Does that figure accord with your general understanding, even if you can't be precise about it, Mr. Jukic?
I can't be precise because, as I said, I was involved in the part of the calls.
Well, let's have a look then at the 24th of September plan for the SPO to take the initiative and contact individuals who hadn't raised any concern. In the 2 weeks, sorry, not 2 weeks, in a short period from the 24th of September, so starting on the 24th of September and the end of September, the records show 38 telephone calls or meetings or messages taking place. And then in the first 2 weeks of October, that activity continues with some 56 telephone calls, meetings or messages. Would you accept that that reflects a more precise indicator of the level of activity following the 24th of September decision to make contact?
Your Honour, while I think I don't have an objection to the question in general, I just want to note that these statistics are being provided by the defence. I don't currently have those statistics at hand. So when they're put to the witness, I just would like it to be made clear that that is based on the defence's analysis or assessment on disclosed notes, just so that the full context can be provided to the witness.
No, well,
Sorry. We don't have anything in the record about that.
no, well, I'm
So you'll have to qualify your statement by saying this is how you figure.
It's qualified by asking the witness to accept it or reject it or to say he doesn't know.
You might tell him where the figure is coming from, is all I'm saying.
Well, yes, and I acknowledge Mr. Pache fairly saying he wanted to simply put that on the record, but one would have thought, perhaps, that as the SPO were calling this witness to demonstrate the level of activity, that they might have done some analysis themselves of it, rather than calling the witness to give a one-page...
That's not the point right now. The point right now is you're questioning in a cross-examination. So please just state the source of your information.
Yeah, so the source of the information, Mr. Jukic, and I'm conscious I can't give evidence, I'm not giving evidence, but as I've been asked to, it's our analysis, right? And again, I'll repeat it, I'm going to put the analysis to you, and you can agree with it, or you can reject it, or you can say you don't know. And then depending on what your answers are, then we'll have to take it from there. But let me remind you of the figures then, because of Mr. Pache's helpful interjection to put on the record his position. So we dealt with, I suggested, 13 telephone calls or meetings or messages in the period the 7th to the 23rd of September, disclosed by the records. The 24th of September, then, the start of your intervention. To the end of September, 38 telephone calls, meetings or messages. And then from the 1st of October to the 14th, a further 56, demonstrated by the contact notes disclosed. Do you agree with that analysis? Does that sound about right? Is that helpful to you, rather than you being asked, as you were last week, to just give wild estimations off the top of your head? Or do you say, or do you just not know?
Your Honour, if counsel could limit his questions to actual questions, not criticism of questions put last week, it would be most helpful.
It also was a compound question with about 4 parts.
Agree, disagree, or don't know?
No, ask the question, one question at a time. You had several points in the question.
Okay. Right, we dealt with the 7th to 23rd of September. The 24th of September to the end of September, 38 telephone calls, meetings, or messages. Agree, disagree, or don't know?
I don't know.
1st of October to the 14th of October, 56 telephone calls, meetings, or messages. Agree, disagree, or don't know?
I don't know.
But you would agree with this, wouldn't you, that after the 14th of October, that activity effectively came to an end and dropped off?
I disagree.
14th of October to the 31st of October, then, we're back down to 9 telephone calls, meetings, or messages disclosed in the, recorded in the witness contact notes. Would you agree with that? You disagree with it?
I don't know.
Don't know? Let's put it this way. Would you agree that the activity certainly tailed off after the 14th of October, even if there were some further ongoing contacts?
This exercise was finalized in the mid of December.
Right, so you disagree, no, sorry, you don't know about whether the records are accurate in suggesting 9 telephone calls, meetings, or messages in the 14th of October to the 31st of October. And then I'm going to ask about November. Records I submit suggest 7 telephone calls, meetings, or messages. Would you agree with that, disagree with that, or don't know?
I don't know.
And then the records for December, I'm going to suggest they suggest 8 telephone calls or meetings or messages in December. Would you agree, disagree, or don't know?
I don't know.
And then, well, as you said, as far as you were concerned, that enterprise came to an end in December, and then there were some further relevant contacts, very few though, 2 in March and 1 in July 2021. Would you agree with that? Or disagree, or don't know?
I don't know.
Let me help you with this then. Would you agree that the witness contact notes do not record anywhere a witness screaming or being heard to scream? Do you agree with that?
I don't recall.
And do you agree with this, that the notes record a concern, any level of concern, expressed by an individual in 37 notes? Do you agree, disagree, or don't know?
I don't know.
And in the majority, considerable majority of notes, 77 notes, expressly recorded that there was no concern on the part of the individual. Do you agree, disagree, or do you not know?
I don't know the numbers.
Well, we've heard the evidence, perhaps in light of Mr. Pache's intervention on the record, there can be an attempt to, on an inter-parties basis, to make some agreed facts in relation to that and that analysis. You were asked last week how many persons told you that they'd received threats. in or after September 2020? And you answered, I can't recall. Can we look, please, at transcript page 1762, just to, so you can remind yourself about that? And if we look at line 2, sorry, line 4. You were asked, how many of these persons told you they'd received threats in or after September 2020? And you said you couldn't recall. I can't recall, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it still the case you can't recall?
I can recall majority, but not numbers.
Well, you say that today. What you actually said on the 28th of October, when you gave evidence, was when you were pushed, just to say roughly, you said very few. Can you see that at line 8?
Yes.
Yeah, so not the majority, you said very few. Now, we've heard in this case about a Welsh couple. We also now know, perhaps, about a German few. I'm not making any criticism here, but I'd like you, in your own words, to describe how many is very few, please.
By my knowledge, 2.
Thank you. Now, that does accord with our analysis, at least in part. Let me explain and deal with that. 2 contact notes. One refers to, perhaps you can help us if you recall this, the posting on a Facebook post on the page of Kosovo Press, does it not?
I can't recall.
And what was referred to was an unknown person expressing an opinion as to what events on the 7th of September, the press conference, what, in that person's view, it amounted to.
Your Honour, perhaps it would be more helpful to show the note to the witness if he's expected to comment upon its contents, noting that he said he can't recall in particular.
Well,
Yeah, I would agree that that would probably help us get to the truth of the matter quicker.
well, it's ERN 089997. And so, can you see there's a reference to messages being exchanged, and on the 7th of September, they appear in the first one to be a link to a facebook.com and page for Kosovo Press. Can you see that in the blue?
Yes, I can see that.
And then further message, again from an unknown person, appears to be the reporting of that person's opinion as to what the 7th of September amounted to. Can you see that in the line under the time 1719?
Yes, I can see that.
That was one of the documents that refers to a threat. And the other document it relates to the 18th of March 2021, do you agree? The second reference to a threat?
Your Honor, again, that's asking the witness to go back in time and to remember something when we have a note that could assist, potentially.
Well, with respect, I'm trying to be specific and concentrate on his knowledge in the first instance.
You may ask the question. If he has no knowledge, then we'll have to go look at it a different way.
I just want to clarify. So the second example, forget about the exact date, whether it was the 18th of March, but earlier this year. So later after the 24th of September exercise had come to an end in December. Yes? Do you recall that or not?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. All right. Well, the only other reference we can find in the witness contact notes is at 094748. And can you see the date on this document now? 18th of March?
Yes, I can see.
If we look down, although at paragraph 3, there's a reference to the individual referring to staying at home after the events in September 2020. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see.
Paragraph 5, though, this anonymous individual went on to say, to refer to an arrest of events that took place after the arrest of a person not involved in this case. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And said that, claimed, I say, because of course we're not hearing from this witness, so we don't know whether what he was saying was true or not, but he claimed that he received a letter with a threat if he was going to be a witness, yes?
Yes, I can see.
And he was asked for the letter and he couldn't produce it. So there must be some doubt as to whether he received, whether this letter was in fact received by him. But he doesn't say himself, does he, that that refers to events arising out of September 2020 in that record, does he?
He doesn't.
No. And he doesn't claim that the author of the letter, if indeed there was a letter, said anything relating the letter back to the events of September 2020. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. If we can take that down now and look at your assertion last week, not only about your own time, but you said that the exercise was taken all the time for all witness security officers and for most investigators and lawyers. I'm going to suggest to you that that was an exaggeration.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, and I'm going to suggest to you you were exaggerating, weren't you?
No.
Just recap some of the events that took place in that time. Sorry, Mr. Jukic, it looks like there's an issue with interpretation, so I'm stopping for a moment.
Thank you very much.
Is it okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rees.
So, just looking at some of the events that took place from the start of the SPO's intervention on the 24th of September, Mr. Gucati and indeed Mr. Haradinaj were, of course, arrested in that period, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Salih Mustafa was arrested on the 24th of September, wasn't he?
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed he appeared in court, his first appearance on the 28th of September. Did he not?
I don't know that information by heart.
Right. But you weren't aware, were you, of investigators and lawyers working on his case during that period?
I haven't worked with that investigators and lawyers who were involved in the arrests and the court proceedings.
No, because your position doesn't extend to working with investigators and prosecutors in that sense. Confined to witness handling.
As I said, we were very busy for 2-3 days with the phone calls.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's a helpful clarification. You also said that you use secure means of communication. What secure means of communication?
Your Honor, unless there's a really good reason for that, that's inappropriate as it goes to the SPO's internal processes, which are not relevant to this case.
Well, if I can explain the relevance.
If it can be asked in a generic way, I'll allow the question, but if we're going to go into any kind of details, I'm not going to allow it.
Well, I follow that, Your Honour, and I can't think of a more generic way of asking it than what secure means of communication. The answer can be generic, and we can take it from there. But the relevance of it is that there was evidence called by the SPO last week as to measures taken which can be attributed, they say, to the events of September 2020. So I'd like to explore in the first instance what are usual routine measures. Thank you. So, what secure means of communication?
We use some applications on the phones.
Right. And will there be occasions where you provide a phone to an individual to assist with maintaining contact?
There was few occasions that we provide them with the phones.
Before September 2020, had you provided phones to individuals?
I don't remember before September 2020.
Okay. So does that answer mean you may have, you may not, without being able to look at the records, you can't say?
Yes, that's correct.
And the use of a particular app or apps, I'm not going to ask you for the type of app or the brand or anything, but the use of those apps, a part of your routine security measures to keep communication with witnesses private?
That's part of our routine.
Yeah. So the use of such an app or apps, again, predates September 2020. You were already doing that?
Yes, we were doing before as well.
Thank you.
No, it wasn't. It was during the phone meeting.
Were they, so they were just verbal? Did anyone make a record of them as they were provided?
There was no record about instructions.
And were the same instructions given verbally to everybody involved in the exercise, or just those who were members of the witness security and handling team?
I was present at the meeting with witness security officers and witness security team leader. I don't know about prosecutors and investigators.
Right. Again, so that's fair. So you don't know. Let's have a look then at the contact notes that you produced. Beginning with P134, which is ERN 091902. So I've started with this document because in paragraph 1 of the content there is a reference to a meeting on the 7th of September 2020, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's a short summary of what was said, save that paragraphs 4 and 5 and possibly the remainder of paragraph 6 are redacted, so we can't see the content there, or indeed how long that took. But we do see that the individual has said he didn't notice anything suspicious and he haven't had any problems since our last meeting. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And when it says our last meeting, any problems since our last meeting, do you remember what the last meeting was and what that was about?
Yes, I do remember.
Was it a routine meeting?
That was witness security meeting after he gave the interview to the investigators of
Right.
SPO.
Okay. So no problem the witness had. Can you look at the top? There's a date. So we've got a table with 2 columns and 5 rows. The rows are labelled date, author, other attendees, reference and activity, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the template that you were referring to when you said about there being a template for official notes?
Yes, that's kind of the template.
And the date, well, the author is said to be yourself. No attendees with you, that means other than the individual you were speaking with, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So, whereas last week you said that you tried to ensure, for perhaps obvious reasons, that meetings, contacts with potential witnesses would be done in the presence of more than one SPO official, that obviously didn't happen all the time. This is an example, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is an example of you just meeting with the individual on a one-to-one, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's nothing under the reference row to suggest the purpose of the meeting was, what the purpose of the meeting was. You say meeting with, and then the name is redacted under the activity row, but the row for the date is the 15th of November, 15th of February, 2021. And that was intended to be, wasn't it, the date that you made the note?
That is date when I submit to the ZAI.
So in this template, in the row date, the date that we see there is the date upon submission to Xylab, is it?
In this note, that's the date.
Well, it's a template. It must be in all notes, mustn't it?
I'm not expert for the Xylab, so
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Let's ask. I'll dig a bit more to see if we can ascertain the level of your knowledge. That date there, 15th of February 2021, did you type that in there?
probably I did.
Yeah. Right. So let's just leave aside whether you're an expert in Xylab or not. Right. Why did you put in that date, in that row, the date 15th of February 2021?
I think this is typo.
You think it's a typo? So what date should it be then?
7th of September 2020.
I see. So let's leave aside the submission to Xylab point. That's actually a typo, and you should have typed in the 7th of September 2020, but instead you typed the 15th of February 2021. When you typed that, was it the 7th of September 2020 when you were typing this note then?
I did this note 7th of September.
And it's just a typo, a random typo, that you came up with the 15th of February 2021 in that row, is it?
I submit this note in Xylab because I found when I review documents in the office. And I find out this note wasn't submitted in the Xylab.
Right, and then you did what?
I submit to Xylab.
And what, you changed the date? Is that what you're saying there? That it was 7th of September and you altered it so it then read the 15th of March?
I don't remember.
Yeah, isn't the truth, Mr. Jukic, that you didn't make a note on the 7th of September and you were asked as late as the 15th of February to try and remember back and prepare a note?
No, that's not true.
The next note is at 093386.
Is there a P number connected?
Sorry, P131.
Thank you.
Okay, so another official note produced by you. You're down as the author in the template table, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And we can see at paragraph 1, you refer to receiving a message on the 8th of September 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
And trying to call him that day, just shy of half an hour later. Then speaking to his wife at 9:15 on the 8th of September, and then at 10:30, actually speaking to him. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you told him, you calmed him down, documents made public are old SITF documents, nothing from SPO era, and that nothing in the files related to him, and he was a bit calmer. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, paragraph 6, you move on to a new date, the 22nd of September, 2020, and saying that you received a message from that person. Is it the same person or not?
It's the same person.
It's the same person. And then a third date, the 23rd of September 2020, in the last paragraph, and you called him to say his name was not in leaked documents. Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And we can see the date of this document is in the date row of the template, the 25th of September 2020? Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So the first question is, where's your note made on the 8th of September 2020 of that contact?
This is a note about multiply contacts with one person for in certain period of time.
Yeah, I thought you told the trial panel last week, and indeed you reminded them this morning, that you document an official note immediately after every phone call or meeting the contact, but you didn't on the 8th of September. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. And let's look at the 22nd of September. Where's your note that you made immediately after that contact on the 22nd of September? You didn't make any, is that right?
I made comments in this note.
Yeah, but this is at the earliest, the 25th of September, isn't it? So 3 days later. You agree with me, you didn't make a note of that contact immediately after on the 22nd of September. Do you agree?
I have my notes. I had my notes with me in that time.
Ah, so there are other documents, are there?
No other documents. One, I mean, my written notes.
Yeah, but oh, that's another document, isn't it? You're saying there's something else, is there? Another record? Are you Mr. Jukic, or are you saying that you made this note of events on the 8th of September and the 22nd of September, a short period later on the 25th of September?
Yes, I made this note.
Yeah.
25th of September.
Right. So just so we understand, your evidence that you record in official notes immediately after every phone call or meeting, you accept that that's now wrong? Do you agree with that?
That's right.
Yeah, and you were trying to impress upon the trial panel how seriously you take matters, but that was misleading. Do you agree?
No, I disagree.
And there's a third date, isn't there, in this note, the 23rd of September 2020, in paragraph 8. You made no official note immediately after that contact on the 23rd of September, did you?
As I said, this is multiply note, which I prepared because in that time I haven't been in the office. So I sent this note 25th of 2020 to the office.
Right. So the date we see in the template row for date, are you saying, is that the date you made the note or not?
That was the date I finalized this note.
The 25th of September. Right, and let's have a look at the left-hand corner. Why do we get the date the 15th of March 2020 in the top left-hand corner?
I reviewed the documents in February and March 2020. It's again typo, it's 2021.
Yeah, okay, so 2021.
So
why does it have the 15th of March 2021 on it?
I reviewed the documents because I asked from the prosecutor in the case to review official notes related to this incident. And I found this note, and when I compare with the Xylab, I couldn't find it in the Xylab, and this is the date when I submit to the Xylab.
Well, you didn't submit it on the 15th of March 2020. Are you saying you submitted on the 15th of March 2021?
Yeah, this is typo.
Yeah, so that's a typo by you. That's not added by Xylab, that date. You've typed that onto the document?
I typed this on the document.
So you altered this official note on the 15th of March 2021, is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
So you altered this official note on the 15th of March 2021. Is that your evidence now?
I submit this note on 15th of March 2021 in Xylab.
Before the 15th of March 2021, did that date, the 15th of March 2020, appear on the note?
No.
So you altered the note on your evidence on the 15th of March 2021. Is that right?
I did typo, as I said.
Yeah, I forget the typo. I'm asking you to confirm you altered this note by adding, at the least, the date the 15th of March incorrectly, 2020, on the 15th of March 2021. Is that your evidence?
Excuse me, can you just repeat the question?
Yes.
I don't understand.
On the 15th of March 2021, did you alter this note by adding at the least the date 15th of March 2020?
Probably I did.
Thank you. Did you alter anything else in this note?
I didn't change anything in this note.
Did you alter anything else in any other note?
I never changed anything in the notes.
And this hadn't been submitted to Xylab by the 15th of March 2021. Are you saying that?
I submitted to the Xylab the date. I don't know when exactly was put it in the Xylab, but I hand over to the Xylab.
On the 15th of March 2021?
Yeah.
Right. And last week you were saying that there was a delay in submitting documents to Xylab by you because you weren't in the office blaming the pandemic. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. We saw you were in the office earlier on the 27th of October 2020, didn't we?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So if this note predated that, why didn't you submit this note on that date?
During this exercise, we were, our witness security team leader asked us to send official notes by secure means to him, and he is supposed to submit them in Xylab.
The March 2021, you were able to identify and submit this note to Xylab. I'll ask you again, why didn't you submit it if it predated the 27th of October when you were in the office submitting your declaration about these very matters?
Because I just reviewed the file with the official notes. I didn't check if that notes are submitted to the Xylab.
Right. Can we at least agree on this then, that your explanation that this in part was to do with the pandemic was a lie, wasn't it?
No.
It was a lie that you thought up to try and explain away the discrepancy in these dates, wasn't it, Mr. Jukic?
No, it's not true.
Let's have a look at the next one, P136, please. This note is ERN 093379. Conversation, and there's a record of messages with somebody who's described as a son. So presumably that is not somebody who could be described as a witness, but a relative of theirs, the son. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And this is an example of somebody who declined any assistance. We can see that at the end of paragraph 2 in a reference to a text message on the 13th of September 2020. There's no need for your side to help us. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And then following that text message on the 13th of September, on the 14th of September, there's a conversation recorded in the note where the son expresses concerns about security and says, I'm not quite sure what that means. He told We did nothing for a long time. So that individual, was he saying that he had concerns that predated the 7th of September 2020? Is that what he was saying? Did nothing for a long time? If you can't remember, say you can't remember.
I can't remember.
Right. Agree that on the face of it, at least, it looks like the son of somebody was saying that there were concerns that predated the 7th of September and the SPO had done nothing for a long time.
He referred about time before 7th of the September.
Yeah, thank you. And then there's a further telephone call to the son dated the 24th of September 2020. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Now, this official note was not made after the contact on the 13th of September, was it?
No, this wasn't not.
Well, it couldn't be, could it? Because it refers to later contact on the 14th and the 24th. So it wasn't made after the first contact, was it?
It wasn't finalized after the first contact, for sure.
You didn't make it after the 14th of September contact either, did you?
I didn't finalize after 14th of September.
Right. Do you keep drafts of these documents?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where they are?
They were on my secure USB stick.
And if you made an official note, well, let me correct that. Are you saying you made an official note of the contact on the 13th of September 2020?
For sure I did.
Oh, and so where is that then? You submitted that to Xylab, presumably, did you?
Again, I wasn't in the office in that time.
All right. You were on the 27th of October. Did you submit it to Xylab on that date? Of this contact, and you created it then.
That's not true.
But we can discount, can't we, your explanation on last week that it had anything to do with the pandemic and you not being able to get to the office before then. can't we? That was a lie, wasn't it?
It wasn't lie.
Well, you were in the office the 27th of October, at the least. And in January, were you not?
Yes, I was in the office in that time.
Yeah? So why didn't you submit these official notes then?
As I said, I sent the official notes to my team leader in that time, and he was supposed to submit them. Because of the pandemic, we haven't been allowed to come in the office.
Well, let's look at the next document, because there's another date at which you were in the office, is it not? P135.
Kindly slow down. Kindly, otherwise we will not be able to interpret. This is really too fast. We would appreciate you if you acknowledge the fact that this is very, very fast.
P135, please. This document, again an official note, authored by you, other attendees, a prosecutor, the British prosecutor. Is he still a member of the SPO staff?
No, he's not.
Caught by the clutches of Brexit?
I don't know. Probably yes.
And an interpreter LA11. This refers to a contact with an individual by phone on the 24th of September 2020, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
He said he had not been called or approached by anyone. Can you see that in the middle of paragraph 2?
Yes, that's correct.
But despite not being called or approached by anyone, he asked to be relocated with his family and said that he would withdraw cooperation if you didn't relocate him. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
This call lasted some 20 minutes, you recorded.
Yeah, approximately.
Then another call. Is this time to a different individual? In paragraph 3?
This is called with a different individual.
And he too said he had not been called or approached by anyone.
That's correct.
And the call ended after approximately 10 minutes.
That's correct.
And then on the 25th of September, there's a reference to a further contact, 25th September 2020, by the same individual or one of those two individuals, or again a third individual.
I can't recall.
And for the contact on the 25th of September, was the British prosecutor with you or not?
I can't recall.
Well, the text in paragraph 4 does not refer to him being present, does it?
It doesn't refer.
And the text in paragraph 3 to the second call on the 24th of September doesn't refer to the interpreter LA11 being present, does it?
Yeah, that's true.
So, whereas the note says that this records contact between an individual and yourself, the British prosecutor in LA11, that's not entirely accurate in relation to the contacts recorded therein, is it?
That's correct.
And the date on this document in the template row for the date is the 15th of February 2021, is it not?
That's correct.
Well, that was the date you made this note, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
It's the same date that you made the note P134, isn't it? That also had the date 15th of February 2021 on it. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
You made them both on that date, didn't you?
I didn't make notes on that date.
So why did you date both documents the 15th of February 2021 then?
Because I reviewed the documents and I find out they are not submitted in the Xylab.
Right, so you found out on the 15th of February that this document wasn't submitted, this official note. Why didn't you submit the same date, P136, that we just looked at? Why didn't you submit that on the 15th of February 2021 as well?
As I said, I was reviewing a lot of notes in that time, and when I found a note who didn't match our database with the Xylab, I just submit them in the Xylab.
So you were in the office able to submit documents 27th of October 2020, and you didn't submit any of these contact notes then?
Because I didn't review that notes in that time.
And you were there in the office in January when you submitted your second declaration, and you didn't submit any of these notes then?
We started with the exercise reviewing notes in February.
And you,
so I couldn't submit because my understanding was that notes are already submitted in Xylab.
And you were in the office, you say, on the 15th of February 2021, submitting official notes to Xylab. You didn't submit P131 or P136 that date?
I don't know about which notes you are talking about.
Well, the two notes that we've just looked at, Mr. Jukic. The one that you said you altered to have the date the 15th of March 2020, although it should have been 2021, and the second note that you put the 14th of March 2021 on. You didn't submit those two notes.
As I told
February.
you, sorry, I'm too fast. As I told you, we start this exercise reviewing the notes in the February and took a while. So when I found the note, if that note wasn't in the Xylab, I submitted in the Xylab.
Can I suggest to you that you were asked in February to start putting together notes, and you realised that there were notes that you had not made of witness contact, and you started preparing them in February and March. That's why they are dated months after the events. That's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Jukic?
That's not the truth at all.
Next one, P137. This is another official note of yours. This refers to you as the author and another attendee of the contact being an interpreter LA01, is that right?
That's correct.
And the text records contact on the 3rd of October 2020.
That's correct.
And amongst other things, you record the individual saying that nobody had approached him or threatened him, and he doesn't feel threatened. Do you agree?
That's correct.
And although this time, in the row of the template labeled date, you do have a corresponding date to the content, namely the 3rd of October 2020. In the top left, this again has the date, the 15th of March 2021 on it, does it not?
That's correct.
So when did you make that document?
I made this document 3rd of October 2020.
has it got the date the 15th of March 2021 on it then?
During reviewing documents, I found this note wasn't submitted to the Xylab. I put the date 15th of March 2021 on the top left, and I submitted in Xylab that day.
So why did you not submit this note on the 27th of October
I sent this
when
note.
you made it on the 3rd on your account?
I apologize. I sent this note to my team leader in that time, and my understanding was that he submitted in the Xylab.
Why didn't you say that to us last week?
Can you be more specific in your questions, please?
I can.
Are you questioning my testimony?
Yes,
Good.
I am. I'm saying that you are lying and coming up with a number of different accounts to explain the discrepancy in the dates, which I put to you has an obvious explanation. That you were asked from February onwards to start putting together documents, and you created records about events taking place months earlier. That's what I'm suggesting to you.
That's completely wrong and lie.
Let's have a look then at 084303, which I don't think has a P number, although I will be corrected, no doubt, if there is.
It is P130.
There we are. I'm very grateful. This document, again, records one-on-one contact between yourself and an individual, apparently on the 3rd of October 2020. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And as part of that, you asked if he had any security concerns. And it's right, isn't it, that it's recorded that the anonymised individual stated he had not received any direct threat, but he heard rumours.
That's correct.
And this is not dated the 3rd of October, but it's dated the 28th of October, 2020. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And this has a submission date, if that's what the date in the top left corner is intended to suggest, that matches the 28th of October 2020. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
You presumably had typed that submission date on it.
Yes, I did.
Did you type that on it on the 28th of October? Or did you type that on it
I
on
finalized.
the 15th of February 2021?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did you type that date on the top left on the 28th of October 2020? Or did you type it on there on the 15th of February 2021? Or did you type it on there on the 15th of March 2021? Can you help us?
I typed on 28th of October 2020.
So, if this is a document, an official note created and submitted the same day, why did you not submit the document P134, dealing with events on the 7th of September? P131, dealing with the events on the 25th of September. P136, dealing with the 13th, 14th and 24th of September. P135, dealing with the 24th of September and the 25th. And P137, dealing with the 3rd of October. Why didn't you submit those on the 28th of October 2020 when you say you submitted this document?
We will break for lunch. Madam Usher, will you please escort the witness out?
All right. All right.
Please be seated. Just before we start, the panel was asked by Language Services Unit to help us keep our excellent interpreters in mind when we're talking, and I'm as guilty as the rest of going too fast at times. But I'll remind you to speak at a slow pace Be aware that while reading, we all tend to speed up our delivery. Wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and very importantly, avoid overlapping with another speaker. We are also being asked to wait a few seconds, 5 seconds or so, when we move between private and public sessions. So if there's a small delay, you'll understand why. That's to avoid the interpretation running over into the next session. It has to be finished for the private session before moving on. So we will call, Madam Usher, would you please bring the witness back in?
Your Honor, just to note while that happens that Mr. Halling is not joining this afternoon.
Just a second. Sorry with my fumbled fingers.
Just to note that Mr. Halling is not joining this afternoon.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody else dropping out?
Mr. Warboys is absent at the moment, but he will be joining us.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rees, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Can we look at the next of your contact notes then, please, Mr. Jukic, P132. I get a note, Mr. Jukic, of one-to-one contact between yourself and an individual via telephone, message in the first instance, and then a phone call. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
The first call is, sorry, the first message is dated the 26th of October 2020. And then there was a reference to a telephone call and further message on the 27th of October. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this note is dated the 27th of October 2020, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And there is a date in the top left. What does that date of the 27th of October 2020 in the top left indicate, please?
That's the date when I sent to the Xylab this note.
I'll ask you again. You submitted that document on the 27th of October, your declaration on the 27th of October. Why did you not submit the notes P134, P131, P136, P135, P137, if they existed as of the 27th of October 2020?
I can't say now because I don't know which notes you referred exactly.
Well, the notes that were dated P134 dated the 15th of February 2021, but dealing with a contact on the 7th of September. P131 dated the 25th of September 2020, but with a further date the 15th of March 2020, dealing with events in September 2020. P136 dated the 22nd of September 2020, but with a further date of the 14th of March 2021, dealing with events in September, and so on. Why were those documents not submitted on the 27th of October 2020 with your declaration and, you say, the official note we see on the screen?
This particular official note wasn't part of my declaration because, as you can see, it is submitted of 27th, and my note was already drafted, and before my declaration, sorry, was drafted day before, and I just signed immediately in the morning, as I remember.
They're dated the same date, 27th of October 2020, are they now?
Date is the same, but time is not the same.
What is the time on that document?
You can see that my last call with this particular witness was 1651.
That, according to the content of the note, the witness asked for the SPO to pay medical invoices. Is that right?
He provided us with the medical documentation and invoices.
Yeah, he wanted the SPO to pay for it, didn't he?
He asked if it's possible that SPO pay for these invoices.
Yeah. So he provided you with invoices and asked you to pay. Did you pay them?
We paid these invoices.
Did you? How much was there?
Your Honor, what's the relevance of how much the invoice is paid for a person's medical bills?
Councillor?
Issue of credibility.
Whose credibility, Your Honor?
Not Mr. Pache's, yeah. How much did you pay?
I can't say exactly, but it was about, I think, 400 euros, approximately.
And where are those invoices now? Do you know or not?
They are in Zylab.
Do you recall the dates on those invoices? Or not?
No, I don't.
Next note then, please. ERN is 089909. I don't have a P number, but Madam Court Officer, tell me if there is one.
No, it doesn't have a P number.
Right, okay, there we are. So this is one without a P number. I'll just wait for it to be pulled up. So this one's slightly later now. We're into December. And it's a note. You're the author of it. Other attendees. There's one other. It's an SPO investigator whose name we've seen before. And the content of the note records a contact on the 1st of December 2020, yes?
That's correct.
You called the individual and informed him that his name had leaked in the media. And according to the note, well, he said, by his opinion, it was certainly his name. What does that mean? Was there some doubt as to what his name was?
I don't remember that.
Do you see the line that I'm referring to? By his opinion, it was certainly his name. Was he unsure about his name, or?
He was sure, obviously, if it's written here.
Well, were you sure of his name?
Yes, I'm sure.
Right, okay. But he said he didn't care about it. And said that he hadn't received any threat and he doesn't have any security concerns, yes?
That's correct.
And is that a note that was written on the 1st of December and submitted to Zylab the same date?
If it's written here, it is.
So it's yet another date before February and March 2021 when you were able to submit documents to Zylab. Yeah?
Yes, it was.
And then P133, please. And we have another note. This is the 3rd of December 2020, and it records a contact, yourself and the same investigator involved, this time on the 3rd of December. And again, you informed the individual his name leaked in the media. He said he wasn't worried, he hadn't received any threat, didn't have any security concerns. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, this is a document dated the 3rd of December. So you're saying you drafted it that day?
Yes, I did.
And submitted the 3rd of December?
Yes, I did.
So yet another date before February and March of 2021 where you were able to submit official notes to Xylab, yes?
That is correct.
And then 090264. Again, I don't have a P number for it, but Madam Court Officer will tell me if I'm wrong about that.
There is no P number for this one.
No. These were documents, I think they were certainly referred to in the course of your direct examination, but these ones not exhibited. And this, again, is a note authored by you, the same investigator involved in the contact. Again, this is dated the 5th of December 2020 and appears to relate to a contact with an individual on the same date, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And the individual said he's not afraid, doesn't have any security concerns, never threatened after the war in Kosovo. The only threat for him was Serbs during the war. Is that right?
That's what he said.
And the top left-hand corner, the date again is the 5th of December 2020. Does that indicate you submitted it to Xylab the same date?
That's correct.
So yet another date at which you were able, notwithstanding the pandemic, to submit documents into Xylab, specifically official notes of contact with individuals, yes? Yes?
That's correct.
Let me go back to a couple of these, just to do with one specific point. I say a couple. That was a Welsh couple, a few of these. Can you go back, please, Madam Court Official, to P135? And there was a, so I can explain, Your Honour, there was a request over the luncheon adjournment for the list of names that were read to the, that I read to the witness earlier, to be prepared in writing for the assistance of the stenographer. And we've done that, and we've uploaded it to our presentation queue. It was a very sensible suggestion. I was grateful for it. And I'm going to ask about that list again, but I don't need to read the names out because it's now in the document form. So what I'm going to do is ask for that list to be up alongside the contact notes, please.
Thank you for the explanation.
And we're only going to need to go into private session if the answer from the witness to the question is affirmative. So at the moment, at least, I'm going to ask us to remain in public session. But can you see that in the official note, in relation to the paragraph 2 and a contact with an individual on the 24th of September, the note records that the British prosecutor that was present for that phone call informed the individual that his name had become public in the Kosovo media. Now, do you remember I went through a list of names that had been made public in the media earlier on this morning? And that list...
Yes, I remember.
That list I've reduced down to writing, and it's now, you can see, on the left-hand side of the screen. So what I want you to do is look at that list, and in the first instance, just tell me yes, no, or can't remember to the following question. Does the person who was told his name had become public in the Kosovo media, does his name appear on that list on the left-hand side?
Your Honor, the question this morning was asked and answered. We went through every name on this list, and the witness said he couldn't recall. Now we are definitely getting into the realm of seeking to circumvent the protective measures order, because the counsel is essentially asking the witness to tell us if any of the names on the left are under any of the redactions on the right, which is not appropriate and will lead us nowhere.
Your objection's overruled. You may answer the question.
So just keep your answer at the moment to yes, no, or don't know. Looking at the list on the left, are any of those individuals in the list on the left the individual that, according to this contact note, on the 24th of September was told his name had been made public by the media?
No.
Thank you. Can we look, please, at P135, leaving the list up. Sorry, not P135. We've just seen that. Uh, 089909. Can you see there in paragraph 2, according to the note at least, this individual? Is this a different individual or the same individual as in the last note?
This is different individual.
So this individual was told his name was in the media. Again, can find your answer to yes, no, or don't know. Does his name appear in the list on the left-hand side?
Your Honour, I will object again for the same reason. I also would seek clarification if the panel is basically allowing this. Does that mean that the pretrial judge's order on non-disclosure of these names has been revoked? Because that's our understanding, that this flies in the face of that order, this exercise. Should the witness happen to confirm in the affirmative, that would entirely undermine the redaction and the reasons why it was granted. And for those reasons, we feel this exercise is not appropriate. Neither is there any real reason to conduct this exercise. The witness has already said he can't recall whether the people on the left were contacted or not, other than I believe it was the first person who he knows affirmatively was not contacted.
Given the circumstances, the court will allow the answer. The one of the accused, Mr. Reese's client is accused of releasing these names, number one, and number two, he has no other way of getting to this information because he doesn't have all of the names in the redaction. So yes, you may answer the question if you know the answer.
The answer is no.
And again, leaving the list on the left, if we could look at 089908.
P133 for the record.
Sorry, P133 indeed.
And Mr. Potch, if you wish, you can make this an ongoing objection to the same line of questioning, if you wish.
Yes, I do wish, Your Honor. Thank you.
And we can see, is this contact with a different individual again, or the same individual?
This is contact with different individual.
And again, we can see in paragraph 2, he was told his name had been leaked in the media. Does this individual's name appear in the list on the left-hand side of your screen? Yes, no, or don't know?
No.
Can I just ask, in relation to P135, I should have dealt with it when it was in front of us, but perhaps it won't take long for it to be put back on the screen. P135. The individual that's referred to in paragraph 2 of that note, who asked for relocation, was that person relocated?
No, it wasn't.
Did you Is that person somebody with a criminal record, or do you not know?
I don't know.
And apologies for jumping back and forth, but if we can look back, please, at P133 as an example. Can you see the name of the investigator there?
Yes, I see the name of the investigator.
Can you help us with him, please? What is his role?
He is investigator in the Specialist Prosecutor Office.
There's a team of investigators in the prosecutor's office, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
He's not the only investigator. And
Yeah.
what are his duties?
Your Honor, there's an objection as to the relevance of this question. The witness is not this person, neither is he his line manager, to my knowledge, neither does he work on the team. So eliciting information from this witness about the specific duties of another colleague has no relevance, at least not at the moment, unless counsel can establish it.
Well, let me begin, perhaps, with
Go ahead.
establishing this witness's knowledge. Do you know what Mr. Do you know what that investigator's duties are?
He's, as I said, he's investigator in a specialist prosecutor office.
Okay. So there's nothing unique about his role.
He is, as all others, investigators in the specialist prosecutor office.
Yeah. And how many are there?
Your Honor, what's the relevance of knowing the number of people employed as investigators with the SPO? Even if harmless, I just don't see where this is going.
What is the point?
So, this investigator, as we all know, is somebody who potentially can give relevant evidence on matters that the next witness is being called to deal with. The only explanation we've had from the Specialist Prosecutor's Office for not calling that witness was that he is somebody with a unique role and unique duties, without any explanation. And this witness is somebody who can assist us, and I think already has, in that as far as his evidence is concerned, there's nothing unique about this investigator's role or duties.
Your Honor, this merely establishes that it's an inappropriate line of questioning. The decision and the submissions that counsel referred to have been already ruled on. Who the prosecution chooses to call is its prerogative, and that's a matter that is not going to go anywhere in relation to the charges and the case we're hearing today. So it has been made clear that this witness could not actually assist with anything relevant.
Well, with respect.
Mr. Rees, you've explained what you thought was irrelevance, and there was no explanation there. There was nothing that drives this court to allow this question, because it's proving nothing other than his. First of all, we don't even know if he has knowledge of the duties.
Well, he said that he has.
He said he knew he was an investigator.
And his role and duties are the same as every other investigator in the SPO.
But he didn't say he knows what those are.
No. But he has certainly given evidence that there's nothing unique about it.
What is it you want to prove? What is your case?
Well, Your Honour, obviously, a course of questioning can go in different directions depending on the answer. We'd been given information from the SPO. There was something unique about this investigator's role. And in circumstances where there is a live issue as to whether this case involves police incitement, the suggestion of that investigator having a unique role was one that I wished to explore. I didn't know whether, for example, Mr. Jukic would answer, yes, he does have a unique role, and they could spell out what that unique role was. But the evidence, in fact, is that there is nothing unique about that investigator's role and duties. So I will move on, having dealt with it in evidence.
Go ahead, move on.
There were two other notes you were asked about last week that you featured in but you didn't prepare. One is at ERN 084232. And this is a note prepared by an associate prosecutor of a contact at which you were present with an interpreter. And if we're going to look at paragraph 4 of the note, the note records that the individual being contacted was asked whether anything had happened in the last weeks that caused concerns, and he stated that nothing had happened and he didn't expect anything concerning to happen. And that was dated the 26th of October, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And then a further note on 092914. This time, it's a note authored by the investigator that we were just discussing. This has got a reference in the template for the row under date, dated the 3rd of December 2020, and yet a further date at the top left of 9th of March 2021. But obviously, I'm not going to ask you about the discrepancy in those dates, as you didn't author the note. But the content of it appears to deal with the contact on the 3rd of December, in which the individual being spoken to said she hadn't received any threat either, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
There was a further note that was addressed with you, even though you don't feature in the note. And that's at 084247. We don't need to pull it up. You might remember it. It's the one where you weren't named, but you said that you were observing the meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that note. I was present in the room,
You were present in the room.
but not part of conversation.
So did the individual concerned in the meeting, were they aware that you were present?
I think so.
Why do you say you think so? What doubt could there be as to whether they knew you were present?
I don't know if they were that I'm present, but I was in the room.
How big was the room?
I don't know, 20 square meters.
So a big room.
20 square meters.
All right. 4 by 5 meters. And what? And you were in the room, but you don't know whether the witness knew you were in the room.
Witness knew that I'm in the room.
And the associate prosecutor who drafted the note knew you were in the room.
She saw me in the room.
And the deputy prosecutor.
He saw me as well.
But we can't think of any explanation as to why you're not down as an attendee in the meeting. Because the meeting does list the author and other attendees, doesn't it, in the note?
Yes, that's correct. But I really don't know why associate prosecutor didn't put me in the note.
Because they put the interpreter in there, haven't they, as a other attendee?
I don't have note in front of me. I can't say.
Okay. Well, we'll pull it up quickly. 084247. So you can see there in the heading, the template, as we've seen, has the row for the author. It's the associate prosecutor that's named there. And then there's a box for other attendees. And the deputy prosecutor is listed, as is the interpreter, LA17. And indeed, they're also referred to in the body of the text. In paragraph 1, you can see them listed. But you're not.
That's correct.
Were you listening in on a listening device, perhaps? So you were not in the room, you were listening to it from a different location?
No, that's not correct.
Or viewing it on a video camera, recording it, and you were viewing that in a different room?
We never record meetings with the witnesses.
Or did you just make that up when Mr. Patrick put you on the spot and asked if you had any direct knowledge about that meeting?
We very rarely doing that, but in this case, no.
Right. You said last week that one of the witnesses spoke to you and said, I know very well what happened to the witnesses in Kosovo. Do you remember saying that to the trial panel?
Yes, I remember.
And that was early on, you were saying. It's one of the calls you received from a person you called a witness, not one that you contacted. Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet we've looked at the notes of your meetings, haven't we? And we've seen you had one meeting and you received one call from a witness and one from a relative before the 24th of September exercise, where you began calling people yourself. And in none of those notes do you record a witness saying, I know very well what happened to witnesses in Kosovo. Do you? Don't record that anywhere in the contact notes?
They are not in these contact notes.
No, they're not in any contact note. Did you make that up as well last week?
Can you please repeat your question?
You don't record in any contact note a witness saying to you, I know very well what happened to witnesses in Kosovo. Did you make that up when you were addressing the trial panel in evidence last week?
I made it in some notes, for sure.
Yeah, but not any of the notes that we've got. Do you agree with that at least?
I don't remember.
Well, you don't want to go again, do you, through your own contact notes and see the content? We've done it. Can you not accept that none of those notes do you record a witness saying, I know very well what happened to witnesses in Kosovo?
I remember that from the conversation with the witness,
Yeah.
but I can't say that is in the notes which are presented to this panel.
So you remember that from your recollection of events, over a year ago now, but in relation to which you've made no record?
Asked and answered, Your Honour, multiple times.
Sustained.
You said all the persons that contacted you were scared.
Yes, I did.
Well, what about the witness who, in your note P134, apparently spoke to you on the 7th of September 2020 and said, I haven't noticed anything suspicious and I haven't had any problem? What about that witness?
Is it phone call or meeting?
That's a meeting.
So I said all the witnesses who called me were scared.
What about the son who called you in P136, who said there's no need for your side to help us? Didn't express that they were scared.
He didn't, because he expressed we don't need any help from your side.
So it was an exaggeration when you said all the persons who contacted you were scared, was it not?
That son didn't call me, I called him.
You said in evidence last week that in relation to measures that were taken as a result of the September the 24th exercise, some witnesses who weren't able to contact you, we provided them with phones. Can I ask you again, perhaps you've had time to think now, how many witnesses, individuals that you had contact with, were provided with the phone prior to September 2020?
Maybe one or two.
How many after? Can you say, or can you not remember?
Let's say between 5 and 10. I really don't know exact the number.
Well, do you keep a record of a decision to provide a phone to a witness?
It is recorded in the official notes.
It was not recorded in any of the official notes that we've looked at or indeed have been disclosed. Do
Your
you
Honor,
agree with
that's
that?
argumentative and that's not
Well,
a question.
Sustained.
Well, when you say it's recorded in the official notes, Mr. Jukic, you don't mean the official notes of contact, do you? Because none of the official notes of contact record a witness being provided with a phone.
All these official notes presented here are about contact related to the publishing of the documents by KLA War Veterans Organization. These official notes, I mentioned before that we are doing official notes after every contact with the witnesses, and these phones were provided afterwards.
I follow. So there may well be phones provided to witnesses afterwards, but nothing to do with the events of September 2020.
They were provided to them because of the incidents of September 2020.
Really, but no record that you will produce to demonstrate that. Is that right?
Your Honor, that's not citing what the witness said correctly. He'd explained that there are differences in contact notes, so that's an unfair proposition put to the witness. It can be phrased differently and perhaps then would be acceptable.
Are you going to produce a document?
Just a moment. Let me rule on that. His objection is overruled. You can continue with your question.
Thank you. Are you going to produce a document which sets out a record of a phone being provided to a witness and setting out that the reason is to do with the events of September 2020?
Objection, Your Honor. As Your Honor has ruled in relation to previous requests by counsels to SPO staff members or witnesses, this is not an exercise that counsel can engage in, requesting tasks or documents to be produced while the witness is giving evidence.
Sustained.
I'm not asking you, you'll understand, Mr. Jukic, to do anything. I'm asking you to confirm. The answer is yes or no. Are you going to produce a document?
I sustained the objection.
An emergency risk management plan, you told us that that is something that's undertaken for witnesses who are identified as the most vulnerable and also important for the prosecutor's office. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I recall.
Nothing in any of the contact notes on the preparation of an emergency risk management plan. So we'll have to just take your word for this, for what it's worth. Were any emergency risk management plans already in place for witnesses before the 7th of September 2020?
Your Honor, if counsel could perhaps be a bit more clear, if he's talking in general in the past number of years that the SPO has been in operation, and if we are talking in that generality, then it is certainly not relevant.
Sustained. Please limit your question.
Were any emergency risk management plans already in place for any witness before the 7th of September 2020 in the 2 years before the 7th of September 2020?
Your Honor, that is a very broad period of time, and the relevance of this question has not been established.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, there was 2 or 3 emergency risk management plans in the place.
Do you keep a record of those plans?
Yes, we do.
And of the decision-making process leading to the creation of such a plan?
No, we don't have a records of the decision-making process of that, so creating such plans.
You don't keep a record of that. Okay. And you were asked about the level of threat. Is there a ladder or table setting out the different levels of threat that you use?
We use a regular table for the level of the threat,
Right.
which is common in use.
Okay, well, help us with that then. So there is a table you use. And can you go through each level of the table?
I think I'm not now prepared for that questions, but yeah, I can try.
Okay, please try. And we'll bear that in mind. Please try, help us with the different levels in the table.
So we have low, medium, high, and very high risk.
Thank you. And again, are you going to produce any record to confirm that emergency risk management plan was created as a response to the events of September 2020? Or are you simply going to ask us to take your word for it?
Your Honour, you've already ruled on a question very, very similar to this, and it's inappropriate for Council to put the same question again.
Sustained.
What is the difference between a witness security officer and an operational security officer?
Witness security officers are responsible for the work with the witnesses, contacts with the witnesses, support witnesses during the travels to the place of the interview. And operational security officers are taking care about security of the staff and also about our vehicles and also about security of the organization.
Thank you. We ask you about relocations. On the 28th of October, you gave evidence in the morning and mentioned one relocation. And in the afternoon, you said that there were two. Do you recall that? We have a look at transcript page 1762.
Your Honour, given that reference was also made to what the witness said in the morning, I would also ask the witness to be referred to page 1708 so that a complete and accurate picture of what he said is being put to him.
Well, let's deal with it a different way. You told Mr. Pache and Mr. Matt Hallin during a witness preparation session on the 14th of October 2021 that there was one relocation that related to events on September 2020. And then we can see here on page 1762 of the transcript, at line 25, you said there were two. So, which is correct? What you told Mr. Pache and Mr. Hallin, that it was one relocation?
I don't remember that I said to Mr. Pache that was one relocation.
Well, Mr. Pache does, because he wrote a note and he gave it to us. And you said one relocation. So let me ask you again, which is correct? What you told Mr. Pache, that it was one relocation, or what you told Judge Barter that it was two?
Asked and answered, Your Honour.
Overruled. You can answer.
The truth is what I said to the Judge Barter, it's two relocations.
Were you exaggerating again? Mr. Jukic, were you exaggerating again?
Can you explain me, please?
Can you answer the question? Were you exaggerating when you said two relocations? It's a straightforward question.
Your Honour, it is not a straightforward question. The reference to again is very vague, and it is a loaded assertion.
He took again out when he rephrased the question. You can answer.
There was two relocations.
Were you exaggerating?
I don't understand question.
Well, it's a question that calls for an answer, either yes or no. I suppose don't know. Were you exaggerating when you said 2 relocations?
It was two relocations.
In your October declaration, you did not say anywhere that the SPO had to relocate any witness as a result of the events of September 2020. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
And in your January declaration, you did not say anywhere that the SPO had to relocate any witness as a result of the events of September 2020. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Of the 2 witnesses that you now say were relocated, let me break it down, actually. In relation to the witness you told Mr. Pache, the one witness who had been relocated, is that somebody with a criminal record?
There is no person relocated with criminal record.
And is that because you consider their credibility when there is a request for relocation?
That's one of the conditions for the relocation.
And the date in which the relocation took place?
One was few days after.
Sorry, Your Honor, I know it's a late objection, but it is not an appropriate question to ask. It's very specific. Even if the witness is able to answer it, it's not relevant, and it is too specific and may endanger the relocated witness.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Your Honor, if it's the witness is to answer, could that be please held in private session? A relocation of a witness located in Kosovo is an event which may have garnered some form of attention, and out of an abundance of caution, it is best not to draw too much attention to a particular circumstance in public session. If we move to private, the defense will still be informed of the relevant information.
Counsel?
Well, Your Honour knows my view that we're dealing with matters which should be properly dealt with in public.
Well, I don't know where I don't know where you're going with the questioning, though. So I don't know whether or not more private information is going to be revealed.
I want to explore with the witness the circumstances in which he says a relocation took place to see whether, in fact, it has anything to do with the events of September 2020. One of those features will be the proximity in time, for example, to events. So let me ask, sorry.
Your Honour, for the record, we're in public session.
Sorry, Your Honour, I'd completely forgotten that we were still in private session when I made my point. Perhaps that single point can be reclassified as public, or I can just state it again. Well, Your Honour, our position is, due to the extensive cross-examination that we've already heard from Mr. Rees, the defence for Mr. Haradinaj adopts and supports in its entirety the questions asked and the position put forward by Mr. Rees. Our position is the evidence speaks for itself. Whilst we do reserve the right to recall this witness for further cross-examination should the need arise following the decision on disclosure, I have no questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you very much. Redirect, anything?
Yes, Your Honour, but I can be very brief.
Remind you it must be something brought up on cross-examination.
Certainly, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prosecutor.
Just a few minutes ago, reference was made to a witness preparation session and to certain information you may or may not have provided there. And I'm referring to pages 1 to 3 to 1 to 4 of today's transcript. And the issue that counsel for Mr. Gucati was asking about was about whether there was one relocation, two relocations, and in particular, how many relocations you refer to during that session. And Your Honour, I note that the witness preparation log is not in evidence. However, everybody here has access to it, and I seek your leave just to read one paragraph which in our submissions is relevant to this specific point. Thank you, Your Honour. Now, Mr. Witness, this is the information the SPO provided after the meeting that Mr. Counsel for Mr. Gucati referred to as you having had with myself and the other associate prosecutor on this case. And I will read from the email, which, just for everyone's ease of reference, is on 14th October at 4:21 in the afternoon. It states as follows. Following the distribution of the batches, SPO Witness Security took measures in the field.
Thank you, Mr. Potch. Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Jukic, I'd just like to understand an expression that was used during your evidence today for the benefit of the other participants. This was at pages 47 to 49 of today's transcript. The expression is suspected witness. Now, do you use the expression suspected witness in your work?
We don't use that words.
Are you familiar with the expression suspected witness?
That was words I heard today first time from the Mr. Counsel.
Right. And is it correct that you deal with some witnesses who are suspects and some witnesses who are not suspects?
Yes, we deal with both categories of the witnesses.
That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Jukic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Judge Mitro will have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Jukic. The first thing I'll ask is for the registry to bring up page 27 of the transcript of today, please. And Mr. Jukic, I'll ask you to look at that page without mentioning the name in question. Now, please focus on page 27, Mr. Jukic. You were asked specifically about this witness who appears on that page, and you indicated that he contacted your office and your office contacted him. Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Rees?
That's correct.
And you indicated, I believe, that you did not personally have contact with that individual. But what I want to ask you is whether you are aware of what that individual told your colleagues when they had contacts with him.
I was aware that this individual was in contact with the witness security team.
And do you know what this person told the team, in particular in relation to any concern, if any, that he might have for his security, or any threat that he had received, or anything to that effect?
I have knowledge only from the official notes and from some discussions during the witness security team meetings.
And what is it that you know about, that you read in this note and in the meeting in relation specifically to that individual?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but he was complaining about publishing of the leaked documents.
And to your recollection, was any measure or measures taken in response to that in relation to that particular individual?
SPO didn't take any measure to protect this particular individual.
Now, at page 51 and 54 of the transcript, and I don't need, I think, to get to that, but Mr. Rees asked you a number of questions about reasons that could lead a witness to lose interest in continuing with his or her involvement in an investigation or prosecution. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I recall.
Now, in your experience as a witness protection officer, is the disclosure of an individual, and I should say a witness name or personal detail, a potential cause to dissuade that person from further engagement with an investigation or prosecution?
From my experience, I can say yes.
And to the extent you are aware, of course, has this happened in relation to the leak of information in September of 2020?
Yes, that was happened during the this exercise.
Now, on what seems to be everyone's favorite topic, the relocation, you were asked a number of questions about it by both sides. And I want to ask you, in what sort of circumstances would relocation be regarded as appropriate from your point of view and in the exercise of your functions?
There is a few conditions for relocation. Number one is threat. Second is a statement of the person. And third is that person must feel some conditions that we can relocate them, him and the family. It's voluntarity.
And again, no need to disclose any confidential information here, but what sort of process goes into that assessment that is being made by your office to advise or to recommend relocation? Is it something where there's several people, several offices, several procedures put in place to determine whether relocation is justified in particular circumstances, or are you just taking the words of a witness for it?
There is a participation of the prosecutor in the case, investigator, witness security officers who prepare proposal to the specialist prosecutor, and if specialist prosecutor decide that that person is can be referred to be relocated, then we start with the preparation of the referral for including in the registry witness protection program.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Welcome.
Judge Barta has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Jukic, I have a question in relation to the number of telephone calls and or persons contacted by you and your colleagues in and after September 2020. And I don't want to touch upon the difference, if there's any, between the Welsh understanding of a couple, Mr. Rees, and the German definition of a few here. But for the sake, Mr. Jukic, of clarity, you mentioned the number 200 in relation to phone calls, as I understood. Now here's my question. How many witnesses did you call in one telephone call? Or to be more precise, did you speak to more than one person during a telephone call? For example, 2 or more witnesses or persons living in the same household or sharing a mobile phone?
We never speak with more than one person in the one call.
Did it happen that you called and spoke to one and the same person or witness more than once for a couple of times?
Yes, that's happened during that exercise.
And Mr. Jukic, could it be that you and, as far as you know, your colleagues made more than 200 telephone calls in and after September 2020?
Yeah, it is possible.
So is the number 200 then your minimum estimate, or is it the maximum estimate?
It's around 200. I really can't say.
But it could be more.
Could be more.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Anything further of this witness at this time? Mr. Jukic, thank you for being with us. The court usher will escort you out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rees?
Right, can I assist with one thing? The reference to a suspected witness, certainly from our understanding of the evidence, and it will be there on the transcript, if I'm right, I'm right, if I'm wrong. But my understanding was that the witness said that he was aware that the SPO had for some time been sending summonses for persons to be interviewed as a suspected witness. And as difficult as it is to understand that concept, and that's why I was put on the spot when Your Honour asked me to explain what that is, we didn't know, but it is certainly right. There's no doubt about it, and I'm sure that this can be an agreed fact as well, that the SPO were sending out summonses to persons to interview them as a suspected witness. It was a bone of contention that's been raised with them, and eventually they stopped using that phrase and began to make a distinction between interview as a witness and interview as a suspect. But that's where the reference to suspected witness came from. As I say, perhaps that's something that can be dealt with by way of an agreed fact. I will also ask, as I undertook to do so during the course of cross-examination, those who assist me to speak to members of the prosecution team to see if we can arrive at some agreed facts as to the analysis of the witness contact notes in the topics, the areas, the headings, if you like, that are used in cross-examination. That, I hope, will also assist the trial panel in due course.
Well, we have been encouraging agreed facts from day one, so we would encourage it again, and hopefully you can talk about these matters.
Your Honour, of course we can engage in inter partes discussions, but just to clarify, I'm not aware of this term suspected witnesses being anywhere in evidence, so I still don't know where it came from. And in terms of any agreed facts in relation to the number of notes referring to a threat or otherwise, the panel is very aware that we sought admission of all these notes, regardless of what they say in terms of whether they do indicate a threat or not, and that request was rejected. If the defense would agree for those to all be admitted, we would definitely not have any opposition to that. However, I'm not sure if engaging further on this matter would be productive.
Well, I would certainly encourage you to engage on both sides. Come back to us with a solution if you can.
Microphone for Your Honor.
One other thing before we adjourn. I want to inform everyone that there will be an urgent confidential application this afternoon from the next witness. Once the application is received, I ask both parties to indicate this evening by email whether there are any objections to the application. If there are, the panel will hear from each of you in the morning prior to starting with that witness. And that's all the information I can give you at this time. Mr. Reese, one other thing. We were still in private session when you said you had no further questions, so I assume you can restate now that you have no further questions, at this time reserving the right.
Absolutely. I concluded my cross-examination, at least as far as any questions I have at this stage, and I asked for Your Honour's leave to reserve my position for any future cross-examination if the need arose as a result of conclusion of the ongoing disclosure issues.
And as well as with Mr. Cadman, we approved that leave to recall a witness if necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. Pache, I'm not ignoring you. I just didn't see you stand up. Go ahead.
No problem, Your Honour. It's not too urgent. I just would like to clarify the record because you mentioned an application from the next witness. And I just want to put it on record that the SPO does not intend to file one, neither are we aware that he will be filing anything.
I understand that, and that's. I realize it seems a bit mysterious, but we will have to take it as it comes. You'll be aware of it later on today, and you can do as we ask. Send us an email if you have an objection. And we are adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All right.
Excuse me, let me just, I now know that the document is now filed, so you'll be hearing quickly.